lot of offices for campus to look at the beauty, the frontiers, the flags, and see South Africa, and finally the frontier DP. Showcase South Africa. Welcome, Madam. Deputy President for the city.
How are you? Good. Step next to me. We're going to shake hands. You can put your hand. Thank you, Dixie. To see you.
Former head of state of Brazil. Yes. Your Excellency, welcome. The Deputy President will receive you.
So we're going to see you again. Let's take a photo. Okay.
You're welcome, yes.
To Michael to phone.
Your Excellency, welcome. The Deputy President will receive you.
Please.
You're welcome, Madam. The Deputy President will receive you.
Thank you very much.
Please. Step next to me.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Madam. Your Excellency, welcome. Deputy President will receive you.
Oh, yes. Let's take your photo.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, Excellency. The Deputy President will receive you. Welcome.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, Your Deputy President will receive
Can you
you.
please hold
Certainly, I'll hold it for
Thank
you.
you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's really hard to be here. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And Gibran. And Gibran. Thank you. Thank you so much. Strategy to communicate.
You're welcome, Madam. Deputy President will receive you. Thank you, Madam. DP, our very own
DP,
Secretary General of the ANC.
DP.
Mr. Bene, Excellency.
Our very own. Yeah.
Ambassador.
Good to see you. Stand up, man.
Or the other, yes, on this side.
Okay.
You're welcome, Mr.
DP, can we please ask you to step one step to your left, please, sir?
Why?
You are centered on the logo and we need you to be on this side a little bit, sir.
To accommodate the visitor.
Does everybody agree?
Yes, I have to.
Thank you, Excellency. It's perfect.
Yes.
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 That's perfect, Excellencies.
Are you getting a good visual?
Yes.
That's one for you, Ambassador.
More that way.
No, it's fine.
It's perfect. Thank you, Excellency.
Okay, I think we'll just put a marker there, a dot.
WTO.
We'll have to find a name, but it will show.
I'm the marker.
Okay.
Yeah. Fix it. But that is cropping. Or it's on the video cropping. No. No, let's take it weight and then tie it. They don't need to be t-shirt. Sharp, no?
Yeah, because in Turkey, the G20 one is
Okay, but I can
flower.
correct.
One of the flower put in the kiosk.
Okay, framing it right.
Yeah.
Happiness. Okay. Cut. Yeah, I'm going to say good. Laptop.
Kuna ni mtu ya flower. It seems like
Yes. WTO, yes.
That's a shift. No.
And yes, Mandela, it's a long walk to freedom. Your Excellency, you're welcome. Your Excellency, welcome. Deputy President will receive you.
Well done. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Very good. Hi. How are you?
I will start here and go out.
Why not the people in the team? Sure. Rasala safe. Got change, huh? Cut. For this student. That's the fix. Because I'm going to remove the card and I didn't say so. One time. Thank you. See you later. No, I don't know. I don't know. You?
Yeah, because now you see it's a break. Yes. Yes. So, but you are not doing it. Watch out.
McMuffin.
Kira setting one actually kira kayo na kita kayo na ko na
The pictures, could you forward the logo OTP or Hadiri? Or not that forward? Yeah, the go President.
Correct. Yes, sir. I must hear from you. Correct spot.
Yes, DP.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Oh, they were different things.
Which one is coming? Yeah. Which kind? HOS. Okay, are they here already? Namibia. Okay, all right. No. After Brigadier. I said that.
Who's this?
That is
Brigadier. President of Namibia.
But it's not
No. It's national international organization.
Is that the lady?
West Coast.
Namibia. Yes.
Is that the president? You want to be part of that law?
I'll be part of the first women.
and then follow.
Yes.
Is she coming?
Yeah, she's taking that.
Still in the car. Yes. So President Mafika,
Yes.
But the other heads of state will also after him.
Yes.
Let's try
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellency.
Good morning.
Deputy President will receive you, Your Excellency.
Okay. Yes.
So good to see you. I was telling them that this is a freedom.
Oh, I was going to
That's to shake hands, to see you. Have some tea. Who's next?
There's no problem.
Okay, we're retreating.
Yes.
few minutes.
For a
Okay,
few
later.
minutes until the next convoy comes.
Thank you, sir.
Don't drink again. Yeah.
Thomas, swap my cards, please. I don't trust this card. Mampus, na right forward, you can. Right forward.
Wena tshama. So someone send them go WhatsApp straight to the head. Screen sound sequence.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, Commander. How do you move it to jump series? Now you have your shot. This would go fast.
And una mutu kamone and a deputy president.
Asa shift. Kuna mtu lang.
Ya una mutu lang.
Ambassador.
There's someone coming. Huh? Okay. It's already here. That person has arrived.
Get the secretariat yesterday.
Ivanna.
With the next one.
No, sir, how na media person oh, what's it?
Take a short break. Yeah.
Guys, you must report me. Yeah, this is
Thank you. How are you? I'm good.
Što te fele? Ki je kad se isu, stati. Ja.
Police Secretary General just walked in.
Direct Chair, but can we try this? Maybe the Deputy President, when he come in, then I will start here and then go to him, and then he. Okay, sharp.
Fix. You don't need a power. No, how big are we? That's all.
I am.
Oh, laptop.
Your charge.
We will charge. You will be a fellow Steve.
Hey, Maragina USB to see that. But I'm not power.
I could extend you and probably in
Are the convoys coming? Just check with CBS.
I read it in that. Mama, kita ira ini udah deh. Lagi nanti agak ketemu cuma ya.
Netherlands.
I'm following the president's.
Yes, DP is now in the back. Netherlands. Your best smile. And it was your birthday yesterday, so Minister, you still have the best smile. Your Excellency, welcome. Minister Lamula will receive you.
Welcome, Your Excellency, to South Africa. Thank you. Thank you. President is looking forward. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Am I done? Is someone coming?
Kupela Zamba. Kupela Zamba.
The country drinking.
Sebuah 64. Okay. Saya akan nampak buku
Ada satu presiden.
Layout yang.
How are you? Yeah.
Mara, oh, engkau salah. Kenali, sedang kau fakir ilmu, still.
I think it's Egypt. Yes, Egypt. Namun, what do you mean?
Fine.
welcome to South Africa. Thank you.
Tutorial Guinea.
Welcome, Your Excellency.
Welcome, Your Excellency, to South Africa. Oh, thank you. Very well. Welcome to South Africa. Hope you slept well. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you slept well. Thank you. All the best. Thank you. Welcome to South Africa, Your Excellency. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good. Pleasure, my brother. How far is media center?
I will run.
You need a Bonnie, welcome. Hope you still good. You look big, you look better. You look better this way. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best with the
Thank you.
Welcome, South Africa. Thank you for coming.
Sí.
Minister, Cooper, a step this way. Perfect. Thank you, Excellency.
Yes, welcome to South Africa. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All the best with the direction.
Just slightly this way. Perfect.
Okay.
That's why it's a chance to fix. I want to continue to put some transfer and also the top. One of the pool photographers. That's why I put the sentiment of my laptop is there.
Bariki Malaysia. Yebo.
I'm coming to relieve. Don't go too far. Okay.
Hello, my people are back.
Your Excellency.
Who's next?
And for sir. Come here, sir. It's you here.
That's why I'm using my language.
Mara. Roger, level to space. Can you go ahead?
Train is moving slow.
Rosanna Buku after more trainer. Marograph, Angry fix. Plan area of the woman. Yeah, if you open.
Then you will start coming fast.
Yeah, it's UK. Yes, UK.
Okay. Okay.
Good morning.
Prime Minister.
I know you go there. I will know you go
Does Canada coming? Yes, Canada.
Shiny walks up. Shiny walks up.
Canada. Canada.
Canada.
Canada.
Yeah? I should have come where you go.
Who moved position?
Your Excellency, this is an organization. Yep. Great success. To very good days. I'm confident.
Game no. Why? No.
Russia. That's Russia, eh? Russia. Yes, it's Russia.
Most welcome. Come to my right. Most welcome.
But at least thank you for casting. And then why do you have it? I know what.
Excellency, it's so good to see you. Long time. So thanks for looking forward to this. We'll see you just now. Thanks.
Island. Yes, island. Yes. Island. Yeah, that one.
Your Excellency. Thank you very much.
Vietnam, yeah, Vietnam.
Let's pay two like this.
Right.
Just come in. Prime Minister.
12.
He's gone back to the university.
Yes.
Yeah, no. No, we have 12. Yeah, we have 12.
Version 12.
This picture.
Version 12.
Jimmy. Yeah.
Not sure.
Oh, they say it's not Jimmy.
Mr.
Yeah, they're changing.
Mr. President, are you doing?
Yes, they're changing now.
Excellencies, this way a little bit. Perfect. Minister, this way just a bit. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies.
That's Jimmy. Yeah. He's here.
Thanks for your leadership.
Under the king. Under.
Yes. EU, yes. Let me find out. It's EU. EU, yeah, European Union. Yeah,
I read it.
Oh, my friend.
No, President. This one's come, they can go straight.
How are you? Well,
No, Brasil já foi? No, no.
Eu falei pra você que a gente não tinha que ficar esperando, pelo amor de Deus. Como é que é?
E é isso? Upon beach. Yeah. Just like
The Alex too video.
asking you, this process.
Mr. President, the flower.
Is African Union president now? No, Lula is president now. He's the chairperson. Yes. No. Check my phone. No. AU is him. Now is him. You can check now.
Yeah, yes.
Saudi. Is Saudi Arabia. This is China.
China.
Yeah, it's Guterres.
他们都在这儿。Can I have a photo there?
No, you can't take a photo. Take a photo.
Yes.
Actually, that could be airdropping to you.
No, please don't. Please don't.
I want to do this stuff. Okay, I'm sending love to you. You're sending.
Oh, it's G. Mr. President. It's G.
No. I just needed to get the first one out.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. President, let's step this way. Yeah. Get the one that I have. I'll show you.
Sierra Leone. Yeah.
I'm sending. Yeah, I think it's next.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. Well done. Thank you. You're welcome. How are you? Beautiful. European Union. European Union. Let me check it. That's European Union. European Commission. Okay.
What a pleasure.
How are you? You are wonderful, as always. As always. What a pleasure. One of the sector.
Sector?
Yes. Let's be
Hi, President. Good morning.
morning.
How are you?
Very well. How are you? Good to
Fine.
see you.
Good to see you
Good
again.
to see you.
Good to see you.
Yes.
Yes.
I see you come sprinting.
Yes.
Strong.
Yes.
You. I don't know. I see.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Algeria. Yes. Yes, Algeria. Algeria, yes.
Hello. Morning. Thank you so much. Of course, my brother.
Korea. Korea.
Hello. Nice to meet you again. Welcome. Welcome. We're so pleased to have you. Yes, thank you so much. You look at those people.
So beautiful to see you.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. See you.
hold on, let's just add up. But ufuna ukusikhopha kuphi? Jonga. This is what this is the second. We are directly shooting one. Amadolos.
Yeah, it's Nigeria. Yeah. Nigeria is coming.
Focus. So if you get to indicate the program, yes. After checking, get composed with Zamera.
Oh. Hallelujah. No.
we going now?
So we start.
Which color? Okay, it's Katan. It's Katan. Yeah, Katan. Just tell him Katan is coming. Yeah, but just stand by.
I dropped them too. In number 4.
Yes, it's India. Just want to ask if we are done to make sure, because it seems like we are done.
Thank God. I think more will be coming, but they're not going to be received by Vice President. Yes. Guys, so we're moving on. No one plenary. Arvai. Graduating. 1 miss. 1 miss.
Oh, you're someone. I did photograph. You zoom, you focus, you zoom. My focus is here. So if I'm on my own, my focus is here. But if I'm going to, I just click it and
Members and invited guests, heads of regional economic communities, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, all guests who are gathered here, it is an honor and a privilege to welcome you as South Africa to this very first G20 Leaders Summit to be held on African soil. We gather here at the cradle of humanity in Africa to affirm our common humanity. We gather here to affirm the value of partnership and cooperation, to finding common solutions to shared problems. Shortly before the dawn of democracy in South Africa, the father of our democracy, Nelson Mandela, said, "The time has come for South Africa to take up its rightful and responsible place in the community of nations." Today, as we open this G20 Leader Summit, South Africa is deeply aware of the profound responsibility that membership of the community of nations places upon us. We also understand the responsibility of being entrusted with the presidency of the G20. In the execution of its task as president of the G20, South Africa has, throughout the past year, through its stewardship of some 130 meetings in various parts of South Africa, in other countries on the African continent, and beyond our shores, including at the United Nations, we have sought to undertake this task with care, with dignity, and with diligence. We have sought at all times to preserve the integrity and the stature of the G20, a premier forum of international economic cooperation. From its initial focus on broad macroeconomic issues, the G20 is now engaged on matters such as trade, sustainable development, health, education, science and technology, agriculture, energy, the environment, climate change, and many others. It has therefore broadened its scope as the challenges of the peoples of the world requires that they should be addressed. As the G20 countries, we understand that progress on each and all of these issues is a necessary condition for strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth. In pursuit of and in conformity with the founding mission of the G20, South Africa adopted the theme Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability for its presidency in 2025. Through solidarity, we can create an inclusive future that advances the interests of people around the world who are at the greatest risk of being left behind. This is important in an interconnected world where the challenge faced by one nation affects all other nations. By promoting equality, we strive to ensure fair treatment and equal opportunities for the individuals and nations of the world. The disparities in wealth and development within and between nations is not only unjust and unsustainable, it is also one of the greatest impediments to sustainable development. It is essential that we break down divisions of economic status, of gender, of race, and geography. Sustainability involves meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. As a founding member of the G20, South Africa has sought to ensure that the development priorities of the Global South and the African continent find expression firmly and permanently on the agenda of the G20. This is important not only for the people of Africa and the Global South. It is vital for global stability and security, alleviating resource pressures, managing population movements, and reducing the risk of conflict. We seek stability because it attracts investment, it improves planning and reduces the risk of global economic shocks. And we prioritize inclusive and vibrant markets because they are able to drive innovation and efficiency. Thriving economies lift people out of poverty. They encourage greater investment and trade, and they generate the revenue needed to invest in public goods. The threats facing humanity today, from escalating geopolitical tensions, global warming, pandemics, energy and food insecurity, to inequality, unemployment, extreme poverty, and armed conflict, jeopardize our collective future. It is therefore essential that we make greater and faster progress towards the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We welcome the Seville Commitment adopted in June this year, which sets forth a renewed global framework for financing for development. We must use this framework to catalyze development investments at scale in developing economy countries. We must continue the reform of the international financial architecture, ensuring that institutions are strengthened and are more inclusive and are equipped to meet the challenges both of the present and the future. At the beginning of our G20 presidency, we identified 4 high-level priorities. Firstly, we focus on action to strengthen disaster resilience and response. While climate-induced natural disasters affect countries around the world, they have a particularly devastating impact on countries that cannot afford the costs of recovery and rebuilding. We have agreed that it is essential for the global community, international finance institutions, development banks, and the private sector to scale up post-disaster construction. Secondly, we agreed that we must take action to ensure debt sustainability for low-income countries. The G20 needs to renew its efforts to advance debt sustainability while at the same time laying emphasis on those countries in the Global South that are suffering from debt repayments. Thirdly, we said we should mobilize finance for a just energy transition, increasing the quality and quantity of climate finance flows to developing economy countries. Fourthly, we emphasized the importance of harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development through the beneficiation of the minerals at the place of extraction. In addition to these 4 priorities, we have prioritized issues of inclusive economic growth, industrialization, inequality, unemployment, and security and artificial intelligence. Much of the work of the past year will be presented and considered at this meeting. We commend in particular the G20 at 20 review, which provides a detailed account of the path that this organization has traversed as the G20. It describes both our achievements and our challenges and makes proposals on how we can organize ourselves to be more focused on our core mandate. We welcome the work of the G20 Africa Expert Panel, which was led by South Africa's former Minister of Finance, Mr. Trevor Manuel. The panel argues that African efforts to accelerate productive investment require new global partnerships and strong multilateral cooperation. It calls on the G20 to support this effort by building a global policy framework that unlocks long-term finance and lower costs and investment at scale. We are also grateful for the work of the G20 Extraordinary Committee of Independent Experts on Global Inequality that was led by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate. The recommendations of the Extraordinary Committee provide a solid platform on which to launch a renewed global effort to tackle inequality. As this is the first G20 Leaders Summit to be held in Africa, it carries the hopes and must reflect the aspirations of the people of this continent and of the world. We should not allow anything to diminish the value, the stature, and the impact of the first African G20 presidency. This G20 Leaders Summit has a responsibility not to allow the integrity and the credibility of the G20 to be weakened. In fact, from this summit, we should have a sense that the G20 has been strengthened. We thank all delegations that have worked together with us in good faith to produce a worthy G20 outcome document for this historic leaders' meeting. The G20 underscores the value of the relevance of multilateralism. It recognizes that the challenges that we face can only be resolved through cooperation, collaboration, and partnership. The adoption of the declaration from the summit sends an important signal to the world that multilateralism can and does deliver. It sends a message of hope and solidarity across the world. It tells the world that as the leaders of the G20, we will keep fast to our solemn pledge to leave no person, no community, and no country behind. With those words, I therefore declare the G20 Leaders Summit open, and thank you. Your Excellencies, please allow me to take you through day one of the program. Session one will focus on inclusive and sustainable economic growth. This session will be followed by presentations of the recommendations of the reports of the Africa Expert Panel and the Extraordinary Committee of Independent Experts on Global Inequality. We will then have a working lunch, and this will be followed by a family photo. And I thank you for your attention and look forward to a fruitful discussion. Now, in discussions with a number of delegations here, there has been overwhelming consensus and agreement that one of the other tasks we should undertake right at the beginning is to execute the task that we have come here for principally, which is by overwhelming consensus to adopt our declaration. Now, I should precede this by remembering what a Roman philosopher called Pliny, the elder, once said. He said to have said, ex Africa semper aliquid novi, meaning out of Africa there is always something new. So something new always does come out of Africa. So with that, we would like, therefore, okay. I'm told that the cameras are still on, they should be off. I don't know why that is so. With that, we would like, therefore, with a consensus that has emerged through the work that has been done over the whole year and the 130 meetings that have been held where each sector has been able to reach agreement, would like, therefore, to put Move aside. President of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Jae-myung, to take the floor.
네, 먼저 정상회의 준비를 위해서 애써주신 라마포사 의장님 감사드립니다. 인류의 일환 남아공에서 G20 정상회의가 최초로 열리게 된 점을 매우 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 대한민국은 이번 정상회의 성공을 위해서 적극적으로 협조하겠습니다. 위기에 직면해 있습니다. 이대로 격차와 불균형이 심화되면 이웃은 물론 우리들 각자의 미래조차 장담할 수 없게 될 것입니다. 격차와 불평등을 완화하고 기회의 문을 넓혀서 함께 잘 사는 길로 가기 위해서 저는 다음과 같이 3가지 해법을 제시해 보고자 합니다. 첫째, 지속적 성장을 위해서 경제 체질을 근본적으로 바꿔야 합니다. 우리는 미래로 나아가기 위해 성장 잠재력이 큰 분야에 자원을 집중 배분해서 부를 창출하고 또 부채 비율을 줄이는 선순환 구조를 만들어야 합니다. 이를 위해 대한민국은 인공지능 등 미래 성장 분야에 투자하여 총생산 증가와 장기적 부채 비율 감소를 도모하는 성과 중심의 재정 정책을 추진하고 있습니다. 그러나 개도국 경제는 과도한 부채 부담 때문에 성장을 위한 투자 여력이 제한되어 지속 가능한 성장 동력이 약화되고 있습니다. 개도국들이 당면한 이 문제를 해결하기 위해 부채의 지속 가능성 강화를 위한 노력을 멈추지 말아야 합니다. 앙골라 대통령께서 말씀하셨던 지적이 타당합니다. 우리 대한민국은 이를 위해서 아프리카 협력 프레임워크 이행 등 G20의 다양한 노력에 적극 동참할 계획입니다. 두 번째로, 성장 잠재력 제고를 위해서 예측 가능한 무역 투자 환경을 조성해야 합니다. 세계 무역기구의 기능 회복은 우리 모두의 이익에 부합합니다. 대한민국은 내년 아프리카에서 개최되는 WTO 강요회의의 성공을 위해서 적극 협력할 것입니다. 또한 대한민국이 선도해온 투자 원활화 협정이 내년 WTO 강요회의에서 공식 협정으로 채택될 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 세 번째로, 개도국 성장을 위해서 개발 협력의 효과를 더욱 강화해야 합니다. 우리 대한민국은 부산 글로벌 파트너십 포럼을 통해 개발 효과성 제고 방안을 지속 발전시켜 왔습니다. 대한민국이 다자개발은행 개혁 로드맵 평가 보고 체계 채택도 주도했던 만큼 앞으로도 다자개발은행 개혁 노력에 적극적으로 동참하겠습니다. 대한민국은 앞으로도 개도국에 더 많은 혜택이 돌아갈 수 있도록 회원국과 긴밀히 협력할 것입니다. 동료 여러분, 지금 우리는 지속 가능한 미래로 함께 나아가기 위해 연대해야 합니다. 대한민국은 G20 구성원의 일원으로서 책임과 역할을 다할 것입니다. 모두가 기회를 함께 누리는 포용 성장을 추구하여 소외되는 국가가 최소화될 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now wish to call upon His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, to take the floor.
Saygıdeğer devlet ve hükümet başkanları, kıymetli delegeler, sizleri şahsım ve ülkem adına en kalbi duygularımla selamlıyorum. Gösterdikleri üstü kabul için Sayın Ramaphosa'ya şükranlarımı sunuyor, zirvemizin sonuçlarının hayırlara vesile olmasını temenni ediyorum. Artan korumacılık, yüksek küresel borçluluk, hızla yaşanan nüfus, rekabet baskısı ve jeopolitik gerilimler küresel büyüme görünümünü zayıflatıyor. Bu nedenle G20'nin sürdürülebilir kalkınmayı destekleyen ve kapsayıcılığı güçlendiren bir anlayışla işbirliğini daha da derinleştirmesi gerekiyor. 2030 sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerinin esasını oluşturan kimseyi geride bırakmama taahhüdümüze rağmen bugün dünya genelinde her 10 kişiden biri hala aşırı yoksullukla mücadele ediyor. 2024 yılında %9 azalan toplam küresel kalkınma yardımlarının 2025'te %17'lere varan düşüşleri görmesi bekleniyor. Bu durum maalesef Afrika kıtası için çok büyük kayıplara işaret ediyor. Komşusu açken tok yatmayan bir anlayışın temsilcisi olarak üzerimize düşen sorumluluğu her türlü menfi koşula rağmen yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Resmi kalkınma yardımlarımızı 2023'te 6,8 milyar dolar seviyesinden 2024 yılında 7,4 milyar dolara çıkarttık. Ancak bu yardımlarla hedeflenen menzile ulaşmak imkansızdır. Özellikle en az gelişmiş ülkelerde yerel kaynakların harekete geçirilmesi suretiyle sürdürülebilir kalkınma için finansman modelleri geliştirilmesi önemsiyoruz. Bakınız, karşı karşıya olduğumuz sınamalar sadece en az gelişmiş ülkeleri değil, tüm ekonomileri etkisi altına almıştır. Küresel finans krizi öncesinde ticaret küresel büyümenin en güçlü motoruyken kriz sonrası dönemde tablo köklü biçimde değişmiştir. 1987-2007 döneminde dünya ticareti yıllık ortalama %7 oranında artarken 2008-2024 döneminde %3'lere gerilemiş, küresel büyümeye katkısı belirgin şekilde zayıflamıştır. Bugün küresel ticaretin yeniden canlanması için daha köklü bir uluslararası işbirliğine, yeni politika araçlarına ve sürdürülebilir tedarik zincirlerine ihtiyaç duyuyoruz. Uluslararası ticaret kurallarının kalkınmayı destekleyecek biçimde güçlendirilmesini ve bilhassa Dünya Ticaret Örgütü'nün özel ve lehte muamele ilkesine bağlılığımızın teyit edilmesini mühim görüyorum. Kıymetli katılımcılar, bugün dünya genelinde toplam borçluluk oranı küresel hasılanın %324'üne ulaşmış durumda. Türkiye'de ise bu oran %89 seviyesinde seyrediyor. Bu görece düşük borçluluk düzeyi bize hem yapısal dönüşümü hızlandırmak hem de yatırımlar için ilave kaynak ayırmak için önemli bir mali alan sağlıyor. Ancak ne yazık ki düşük gelirli ekonomilerin çoğu bu imkana sahip değil. Bu ülkeler yüksek finansman maliyetleriyle daralan mali alan arasında adeta sıkışmış durumdalar. Birleşmiş Milletler'in 2025 borç raporuna göre 3,4 milyar insanın yaşadığı ülkelerde faiz ödemeleri sağlık ve eğitim harcamalarını aşmış vaziyette. Bilhassa düşük gelirli ülkeler için borç yeniden yapılandırma süreçlerinde adil ve eşit muameleye dayalı bir yaklaşımın benimsenmesini destekliyoruz. Türkiye olarak G20 ortak çerçevesi kapsamında katkı sunduğumuz Gana ve Etiyopya'nın borçlarının yeniden yapılandırılması sürecinde alınan mesafeyi memnuniyetle karşılıyoruz. Bu örnekten hareketle kimsenin geride bırakılmadığı, daha kapsayıcı bir küresel ekonomi inşasında tüm G20'yi daha fazla sorumluluk üstlenmeye davet ediyorum. Sizleri sevgiyle, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
Thank you, President Erdogan. I wish to apologize that there was a system failure, particularly with Channel 11. We are now going to get a direct translation from the interpreter. Seemingly, there was a failure in synchronizing the speech with the translation. So we will allow the interpreter to interpret what President Erdogan was saying. Please go ahead.
Distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, I would like to extend my warmest greetings to all of you. And I would like to extend my gratitude to President Ramaphosa for his kind hospitality, and we hope that the outcomes of this summit will bring positive results. I also would like to wish success to the United States of America, which will assume the G20 presidency next year. With issues such as rising protectionism, elevated debt levels, a rapidly aging population, and intensifying competition, in addition to geopolitical tensions, all of these issues are creating a major weight on global growth outlook. And therefore, in this vein, the G20 must further deepen cooperation with an approach that supports sustainable development and contributes to enhancing inclusivity. Despite our commitment to leave no one behind, which forms the core of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, today, 1 out of 10 people worldwide faces extreme poverty. Official development assistance in global level, which declined by 9% in 2024, is expected to fall by as much as 17% in 2025. Unfortunately, this situation points to substantial losses for the African continent. As Turkey, we continue to fulfill our responsibilities despite all these negative circumstances. We increased our official development assistance from $6.8 billion in 2023 to $7.4 billion in the year 2024. However, it is impossible to achieve development targets solely over ODAs. We attach particular importance to developing financing models for sustainable development through mobilizing domestic resources, especially in the least developed countries. And let us be clear, current challenges affect all economies across the globe. Trade used to be the strongest engine of global growth prior to the global financial crisis. However, the situation has fundamentally changed in the post-crisis period. Between 1987 and 2007, world trade expanded at an average annual rate of 7%. However, during 2008 and 2024, this slowed to around 3%, significantly weakening its contribution to global growth. Today, reviving global trade requires deeper international cooperation, new policy tools, and sustainable supply chains. Strengthening international trade rules in a manner that supports development, and in particular to reaffirm our commitment to the World Trade Organization's principle of special and differential treatment, is very crucial. Excellencies, the total debt to GDP ratio now stands at 324%. In Turkey, however, this ratio is at 89%. This relatively low level of debt provides us a valuable fiscal space to accelerate structural transformation and also allocate additional resources for investment. Unfortunately, most low-income countries do not have this advantage. These countries find themselves squeezed between elevated financing costs and severely constrained fiscal space. According to the United Nations 2025, a World of Debt report, in the countries home to 3.4 billion people, interest payments now exceed total spending on health and education. We support applying fair and equal treatment in debt restructuring processes, particularly for low-income countries. As Turkey, we welcome the progress made in the debt restructuring of Ghana and Ethiopia, to which we have contributed under the G20 Common Framework. Drawing on this experience, we call on all G20 members to assume greater responsibility in constructing a more inclusive global economy where no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Erdogan. We apologize for the failure of the system there. I now have the opportunity to call upon His Excellency Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Well, President Ramaphosa, let me start by thanking you for hosting us here, the first G20 on African soil, which is a proud moment for South Africa, but one that, in my view, is long overdue. So let's make this summit count. It's striking, listening to the contributions, that across our different corners of the globe, we're all concerned to achieve the same thing for our citizens: good jobs, lower bills, higher growth, better living standards. And that is what my government is focused on. And we want to work with our partners around the table to make that happen. But there's no doubt the road ahead is tough. This is a moment of mounting competition and crises around the world. And that, I think, has been mentioned by pretty well every contribution so far. Fragility in the Middle East, rising threats of authoritarianism and fragmentation, as well as Russia's ongoing unjustified war in Ukraine. The shockwaves of that invasion are still reverberating through global markets today. It has hit growth, driven up food and energy prices, and deepened persistent imbalances and instability across the world. With all that in mind, and echoing what others have said, the role of the G20 is critical at this moment. Growth must be a mission for us all to embrace, as the means to improve lives, to fund public services, and to keep our people secure. The G20 has worked together before to fix fundamental problems in the global economy. We need to find ways to play a constructive role again today in the face of the world challenges. And I'd like to see us come together around a 5-point plan for growth that leaves no one behind. First, we do need to tackle global imbalances, like excessive surpluses and deficits, which can disrupt trade flows, sever supply chains, and choke off growth. For deficit countries, that means acting to stop unsustainable borrowing and prioritize the investment and structural reforms that drive up growth. For surplus countries, it means taking action to reduce subsidies and other trade distortions, as well as measures to boost domestic consumption. Second, we should promote open and balanced trade, taking steps to liberalize trade where we can, with new agreements that lower tariffs and barriers and return to the stability and certainty that business needs. This is a real priority for my government, and I'm proud of the agreements we've reached and the progress that we've made with partners like India and the EU. benefiting our economies and creating new opportunities for our people. Third, in an era of instability, we need to make our economies more resilient. In the UK, this means an unshakable commitment to fiscal discipline. And it means investing in growth in critical areas like clean energy production. We want to work with partners around the world on this to protect us all from future energy shocks. And we want to act together to secure vital supply chains, including for critical minerals. Fourth, we need to reform the international rules-based system so that it is fit for the modern world. We need to work together to ensure organizations like the WTO are more able to be agile with new rules to meet modern challenges like environmental and digital trade, and better and more flexible decision-making processes so that those who want to make progress can get on and do it. Finally, we do need to work together to tackle the unique challenges facing emerging economies, especially in Africa, whether it's the growing debt burden or the financing gap for the Sustainable Development Goals. This G20 is the moment to respond to these structural challenges and to deliver more stable and resilient finance. We're working on that through the London Coalition on Sustainable Debt. We need to go further under the G20 Common Framework to make debt restructuring better, faster, and easier. And we need to crowd in more private capital. We're working with the industry to break down regulatory barriers in the United Kingdom, and we want to see multilateral development banks take more risk and partner more with the private sector in new, innovative ways to mobilize finance. AJ and I have been discussing this in some detail, and I think we agree there's huge potential for this to go further. For the good of all our people, it is time to make it happen. So let me thank you once again, President Ramaphosa, for your presidency of this G20. I wish the US the best of luck next year in 2026, and I look forward to taking forward the agenda during our presidency in 2027. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Sama. I now have the opportunity to call upon the Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency, Mr. Gibran Rakabuming Raka, to take the floor.
Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, leaders of G20 countries, let me begin by conveying warm greetings from President Prabowo to President Ramaphosa. Also deep appreciation to the government of South Africa for the warm hospitality and excellent arrangement. We commend South Africa's leadership in steering the G20 through a challenging year. This is a historic G20 summit, the first being held on African soil. This milestone marks a profound shift where the Global South is no longer a bystander, but a co-driver of Global South. Excellencies, Indonesia believes that global growth must not only be strong, but also fair and inclusive to uplift each and every nation. Indonesia welcomes the G20's focus on sustainable finance, yet ambition must go further to close gaps and to pursue adaptation, mitigation, and transition that is just and fair. The world needs financing that is more accessible, predictable, and equal, especially for developing nations, through debt relief, innovative financing, blended finance, and green transition mechanism. Indonesia allocates more than half of our national climate budget, around $2.5 billion annually, to support green MSMEs, agricultural insurance, and climate resilient infrastructure. Indonesia also promotes financial inclusion. Our national CRIS digital payment system demonstrates how a simple and a low-cost digital solution can push participation in the economy and minimize inequality. Emerging technologies such as crypto asset, digital tokens, including Bitcoin, may create both opportunities and risks. Therefore, Indonesia proposes that the G20 initiate dialogue on intelligence economy. Indonesia believes that every country is entitled to chart its own development path because there is no single model that fits all. There is no such thing called the best method. Cooperation must empower, not dictate. Cooperation must uplift, not create dependency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. I now would like to call upon Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade and Worship of Argentina, Ms. Pablo Quirno Magrain. Oh, Mr. Thank you. Is it switching on? No? Looks like somebody wants to silence you.
There we go. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. I would like to express our gratitude to the government of South Africa and President Ramaphosa for the generous hospitality extended to us by your country during this year. Your presidency has invited us to reflect through the lenses of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Allow me to outline our perspective on these pillars. We believe that the principles of solidarity, equality, and sustainability can only be achieved with an international system grounded in freedom, clear rules, and responsible economic governance. Economic growth remains the foundation for job creation, investment, and resilience in our economies. Such growth depends on policies that promote stability, innovation, and private sector development within a predictable framework grounded in the rule of law and a market-based economy, as highlighted in the G20's foundational declarations. Argentina has learned firsthand that long-term growth is only possible when supported by sound public finances. Fiscal imbalances contribute to inflationary pressures, limit investment, and erode economic confidence. Addressing these imbalances through responsible fiscal management and expenditure control is critical. In this context, solidarity can only be effective when growth rests on a stable macroeconomic environment, a legal order that protects private property, and clear rules that expand opportunities for private sector development and all individuals in our society. Associated with this is equality of opportunity, which is both achievable and desirable. Achieving this requires structural reforms that foster solid institutional and regulatory frameworks, laying the groundwork for markets to function efficiently, attract investments, encourage job creation, and boost productivity. Equally important is creating opportunities through education, which serves as a powerful equalizing tool and equips individuals with the skills needed to fully benefit from these economic reforms. Technology is a strong ally in this effort. We must maximize the opportunities it provides while mitigating its risks. This includes fostering digital transformation and ensuring that job creation aligns with the needs of the future economy based on the upskilling and reskilling of labor. It is therefore necessary to design policies that facilitate investment by establishing conditions for the development of a market policy, vocational training, and education for work that facilitates growth, the creation of wealth, and quality jobs, accompanied by labor flexibility policies. Development policies must be directed toward creating an environment that encourages private investment by reducing risks and taxes, protecting individual property rights, ensuring predictability, and enabling all people to pursue the success of their ventures based on merit, effort, vision, and innovation. When the foundations of growth are respected, solidarity and equality of opportunity become achievable and sustainable over time. Distinguished Chair, esteemed leaders, finally, I wish to draw to your attention to the draft document circulated yesterday. As we all recognize, this G20 represents an important opportunity to demonstrate our collective commitment to the development of the African continent and its people. Argentina has sought to contribute meaningfully and constructively to the consensus-building process. We have shared the red lines we identified in this context, aiming to support the G20's broader goals. Those red lines remain until this time. We all know that the G20 is a premier global forum for coordinating economic actions. Its core principle is consensus, which reflects the reality that all of us must work together to accomplish our shared objectives, ensuring financial stability, fostering economic growth, and strengthening collective development. For Argentina, it is crucial to preserve the integrity of this process by acknowledging when consensus has not been achieved, rather than proceeding with a document that does not accurately reflect our collective will. Moreover, we're deeply concerned with how certain geopolitical issues are framed in the document. Specifically, it addresses the long-standing Middle East conflict in a manner that fails to capture its full complexity. By focusing on a single dimension of a specific territory, it overlooks the broader regional context, the international recognition of different entities, and the structural causes of the dispute. In this regard, I wish to recall the recent adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 2803 on November 17th, which emphasizes the international community's support for a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, while calling for a comprehensive, fair process to address all aspects of the conflict. In closing, Argentina, although cannot endorse the declaration based on the aforementioned discrepancies, remains fully committed to the spirit of cooperation that has defined the G20 since its inception. We're convinced that only through genuine dialogue, respect for consensus, and adherence to the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law can this forum continue to keep working constructively with all members and partners, with a shared aim on strengthening global stability, promoting sustained growth, and advancing development in a manner that is inclusive, balanced, and respectful of our diversity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We note with deep respect the views expressed by Argentina. We will recall that in our last G20 summit in Brazil, Argentina was given the opportunity, following the various discussions that led to the consensus and agreement on the declaration, it was given the opportunity to voice its misgivings about certain parts of the declaration as it was adopted. And similarly, we have given Argentina the same opportunity, that they should, in their presentation, be able to raise issues that they are concerned about. We should take courage in knowing that that does not, in the end, mean that the declaration is nullified or rejected. It is a declaration that has been adopted by all of us here present. And so we want to thank Argentina for expressing the views that they have expressed, and many of the views are really views that are common or commonly held by many in terms of the adherence to rule of law and supporting the resolutions of the United Nations. So we thank you, Minister, for putting Argentina's position forward, and we will, with great respect, move ahead with a declared, with the accepted declaration as the G20. Thank you very much. We then move on and ask His Excellency Mr. Edgar Amador Zamora, Minister of Finance and Public Credit of the United Mexican States. Please go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished leaders of the G20 and invited countries, heads of international organizations. On behalf of the President of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, I wish to extend our sincere congratulations to President Cyril Ramaphosa and to the South Africa team for an outstanding leadership of the G20 this year, and for convening the historic Leaders Summit, the first ever held in African soil. Mexico is a country deeply involved in the promotion of peace as a basis for justice, fair trade, social equity, gender equality, cooperation for development, and respect for human rights. Economic welfare and cooperation for development are shared responsibility among nations. In a world defined by interdependence, no country can isolate itself or prosper at the expense of others. Choosing cooperation is, in essence, choosing a common future grounded in justice. The expansion of trade can drive employment, raise incomes, and reduce poverty, all core dimensions of sustainable development. Moreover, international trade fosters the global adoption of green technologies, serving as a powerful mechanism to accelerate the transition toward low-carbon, resource-efficient economies. However, the expansion of global trade also brings complexities. While it has fueled global economic growth, its benefits remain unevenly distributed. It promotes the exchange of knowledge and culture, yet disparities persist in labor protection and social inclusion, particularly for women and underserved communities. Environmentally, trade can advance green standards and technologies, but it also contributes to emissions, overexploitation of resources, and biodiversity loss. The question, therefore, is how to ensure that global trade benefits are shared equitably and if directly contributes to sustainable development and shared prosperity. The multilateral trading system recognizes that when trade is fair, transparent, and properly regulated, is a key driver of development and a tool for lifting millions out of poverty. Trade must serve people, generating well-paid jobs, fair wages, and opportunities that foster social inclusion. In the economic sphere, Mexico promotes a strategy of shared prosperity that places workers at the center of decision-making processes, recognizing that decent work is the foundation of a better quality of life. In this sustainability dimension, our priority is to prevent, reduce, and reverse environmental degradation while fostering a circular economy. Our national energy policy advances renewable sources and accelerates the transition toward cleaner production and consumption patterns, while ensuring equitable access to water as a fundamental human right. Through the Plan Mexico, we are empowering MSMEs by integrating them into national and global value chains, facilitating access to credit, digital tools, and capacity building program is essential for equitable growth and innovation. At the same time, we are investing in human capital, aligning education and training systems with the skills needed for the green and digital transitions. Environmental sustainability lies at the heart of Mexico's industrial and trade policy. We promote investment that meets standards on water reuse, clean energy, and solid waste management, with encouraging community-centered business practices. Environmental responsibility and resource efficiency are not obstacles to competitiveness. They are its foundation. Moreover, ensuring debt sustainability, particularly in less developed countries and vulnerable economies in Africa and Latin America, will strengthen those nations and create a more resilient and sustainable international financial system, where the benefits of trade and cooperation can reach all populations. Mexico has supported instruments for debt treatment such as the Common Framework and the G20 Ministerial Declaration of Debt Sustainability. We have also developed a sustainable debt management strategy by using debt instruments under favorable conditions, including local currency and fixed interest rate bonds. Through sound public budget management, Mexico has increased investment in social protection and education above 6% and 4% in real annual terms, respectively. Thus, we advocate for international debt frameworks that enables this development-oriented approach, preserving fiscal space for health, education, and sustainable infrastructure. The G20 must lead by example in implementing the Sevilla commitment, strengthening the common framework, and expanding it to include middle-income and climate-vulnerable countries is both a moral and economic necessity. The G20, the United Nations, and international financial institutions must act in coherence. Mexico calls for an advancement of its synergies between the Sevilla Action Platform, the Pact for the Future, and G20 financial track. Finally, Mexico believes that the strength of the G20 lies not only in its economic power, but in its collective moral responsibility. Let us lead with courage and conviction to make trade fair, debt sustainable, and development truly inclusive. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you indeed, Minister. I now have the privilege to call on the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, to take the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا، الحضور الكرام، يسعدني أن أشارك في قمة هذا العام في مدينة جوهانسبرغ تحت شعار التضامن والمساواة والاستدامة. ويسرني أن أستهل كلمتي بنقل تحيات خادم الحرمين الشريفين وسمو العهد حفظهم الله وتمنياتهما الصادقة بنجاح مساعي رئاسة جنوب أفريقيا التي تستضيف أعمال مجموعة العشرين ولأول مرة في القارة الأفريقية، ومساعي الدول الأعضاء بتعزيز التعاون الاقتصادي وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة على الصعيد العالمي. الحضور الكرام، تؤكد المملكة العربية السعودية دعمها الكامل للجهود الرامية إلى إصلاح منظمة التجارة العالمية وتعزيز نظام تجاري متعدد الأطراف عادل وشفاف يمكن كافة الدول من الانخراط بفاعلية في الاقتصاد العالمي ويحقق العدالة بين الدول الأعضاء. وترى المملكة أن التجارة الدولية ليست مجرد أداة للنمو الاقتصادي، بل هي ركيزة أساسية لتحقيق التنمية الشاملة ووسيلة لتعزيز الاستقرار الاقتصادي العالمي وضمان استفادة الجميع من منافع النظام التجاري الدولي بشكل متوازن. وفي هذا السياق وانسجاما مع مستهدفات رؤية السعودية 2030 تستمر المملكة بتطوير الأطر التنفيذية التي تشجع الاستثمار المسؤول في مختلف القطاعات بما في ذلك السياحة والتكنولوجيا والبنية التحتية المستدامة وتعزيز التصنيع المستدام من خلال تسخير الموارد المحلية وتعزيز فعاليتها وجذب الاستثمارات النوعية المتوافقة مع الأهداف التنمية المستدامة. كما تؤكد المملكة على أهمية موائمة جهود مجموعة العشرين مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة للعام 2030 لضمان تحقيق نمو اقتصادي شامل ومتوازن يعزز رفاه الشعوب ويحافظ على الموارد للأجيال القادمة. وترى المملكة أن التحديات العالمية بما في ذلك أعباء الديون على بعض الدول وأمن الغذاء والطاقة والتغيير المناخي والتحول الرقمي تتطلب تنسيقا مستمر واتباع نهج متكامل يوازن بين التنمية الاقتصادية وحماية البيئة والاستقرار المالي. وفي هذا الإطار تشدد المملكة على ضرورة الحد من التدفقات المالية الغير مشروعة وتعزيز قدرة الدول على تسخير مواردها المحلية بكفاءة باعتبارها من العوامل الأساسية لتحقيق الاستقرار الاقتصادي وتمويل برامج التنمية المستدامة. كما تدعو إلى تعزيز التعاون الدولي لتبادل الخبرات وأفضل الممارسات في هذا المجال بما يسهم في بناء أنظمة مالية أكثر شفافية ومرونة. الحضور الكرام، لقد أثبتت السنوات الأخيرة أن التحديات التي تواجه عالمنا لا تعترف بالحدود وأن معالجتها تتطلب تضامنا دوليا صادقا وتعاونا متعدد الأطراف يقوم على المسؤولية المشتركة. فالعالم اليوم يواجه مستويات متزايدة من عدم المساواة واضطرابات اقتصادية عالمية تركت آثارها العميقة على حياة الملايين وأدت إلى التصاعد في حدة التوترات الإقليمية والدولية. هذه جميعها قضايا تهدد استقرار النظام الدولي برمته وتعرقل مسيرة التنمية المستدامة. وبالرغم من تلك التحديات وحالة عدم اليقين التي يشهدها الاقتصاد العالمي، فإن المملكة ماضية في العمل على بناء اقتصاد عالمي أكثر تكاملاً واستدامة من خلال شراكاتها الفاعلة على المستوى الدولي، بما يضمن مستقبلاً مزدهراً وآمناً للأجيال القادمة. في الختام، تؤكد المملكة على أهمية دور دول مجموعة ال20 المشترك في قيادة الجهود الدولية لتعزيز التنسيق بين السياسات الاقتصادية العالمية والنمو المتوازن وتمكين الاستثمارات المستدامة وتطوير السياسات صناعية واقتصادية تدعم الاستقرار والازدهار للجميع وتساهم في حماية الدول الأكثر هشاشة من تداعيات الأزمات المالية والاقتصادية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. I now call upon, in the segment of members of the G20, the last speaker before we go to guest countries. I now call us upon the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Presidential Executive Office of the Russian Federation, Mr. Maxim Oreshkin.
Thank you, President Ramaphosa. The international economic order is definitely in crisis, and it is no longer matching new and emerging realities. This crisis is three-dimensional: the crisis of globalization and openness, the crisis of global economic institutions, and the crisis of economic development models. These days, global economy is facing a severe fragmentation. Advanced economies continue to engage in illegitimate unilateral actions, including sanctions, trade barriers, technological and educational restrictions, as well as seizure of sovereign assets. These methods of unfair competition destabilize the global economic architecture, disrupt supply chains, discourage long-term investments, hold back the global growth, and undermine progress in achieving the sustainable development goals. Today, we are here in Africa, a region that urgently needs strong economic growth to meet the needs of its fast-growing population. We should talk today about access of Africa and the Global South to new technologies, healthcare, education, and most importantly, financing. We're concerned that financial flows to developing countries are simply not enough. Even the official development assistance came to a steep decline in 2024 of 7.1%. and is projected to fall further. While Africa is in dire need of capital inflow, total net borrowings by G7 governments, according to the IMF data, will reach almost $3 trillion this year. By the way, it equals to total GDP of the whole African continent. Mounting sovereign debt of several G7 countries pushes them to the verge of fiscal collapse. Artificially inflated financial bubbles may trigger a knockdown to the global economy. If we look at the international financial institutions, they are currently deviating from development finance to military expenditures. Thus, financing goes back to the Western economies, and in many cases through the corruption schemes in Ukraine. The World Bank, for example, has provided Ukraine with more aid in 3 years than to all African countries combined. Moreover, African economies face biased rejections and complicated procedures of funding from the World Bank and the IMF. Definitely, all these institutions should be reformed to benefit the Global South. Dear colleagues, global economy and its growth structure has already changed. BRICS and countries of the Global South now form the dominant driver of global growth. We have the talent, the resources, the technology, and the capacity to drive growth and improve the lives of our people. Unlike in previous decades, the Global South economies are ready this time to move forward with their own platform for economic growth, based on their own solutions. In technology and education, in trade and connectivity, in finance and investments. The rise of this emerging platform of growth becomes more evident with each passing year. The fact that growth in the 21st century will come mainly from the Global South is indisputable. We call the G20 to get back to the fundamentals of sustainable development, It means poverty reduction, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. This should be based on sound economic development, which includes fighting protectionist and illegitimate unilateral measures, including sanctions, tariffs, technological and educational restrictions. To fulfill this mandate, the G20 should stay a multilateral platform for coordinated action acting in solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Russia is ready to play an important role in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency. That concludes for us the segment of the members of the G20 speeches. We now move on to section B, which is guest countries, who will, as we have to conserve time, be limited to 3 minutes each. And I do hope that we are able to keep to that to the extent that we can. I now call upon His Excellency, Dr. Abiy Ahmed Ali, the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. Let me begin by extending my appreciation to President Cyril Ramaphosa for his extraordinary leadership. I also would like to acknowledge Johannesburg, a city of opportunity and progress. Excellencies, it is with humility and hope that I address you on African soil at this historic G20 summit. Humility because Ethiopia's journey is still unfolding. Hope because our story, like that of many nations here, shows that transformation is possible even in difficult circumstances. Ethiopia is a land of ancient civilization, defined by resilience and prospects still being written. Our homeland has sheltered faiths. Our people have built lasting societies. From this legacy comes Maddamar, a philosophy of unity in diversity, of synergetic collaboration that multiplies potential and of progress shared by all. Guided by this spirit, Ethiopia is moving toward inclusive growth. Our cities are becoming hubs of innovation. Industrial parks reshape economies. Farmers use tools their parents could never imagine. Young entrepreneurs and building businesses that were impossible to dream of a generation ago. For too long, countries like ours have been labeled fragile or poor. Yet our story is a quiet revolution of bold actions rewriting what is possible. Because growth is the achievement of people who refuse to be left behind. In Ethiopia, we have learned that inclusivity is not charity, it is efficiency. When every farmer, entrepreneur, and innovator shares in progress, the economy becomes self-sustaining. Our journey has been tested by drought, conflict, and global shocks. Yet from those tests emerges transformative renewal. We are investing in renewable energy that powers both homes and hope, digital infrastructures that connect citizens, and green agriculture turning smallholder farmers into climate champions. Excellencies, we're not here to speak of despair. We're here to speak of possibility and of shared responsibility. In that spirit, let me highlight 3 priorities. First, debt. Ethiopia has engaged actively with the G20 common framework to unlock resources. Debt relief must translate into investments that empower people and secure the future, including educated children, modern hospitals, and resilient infrastructure. Second, climate. Through our Green Legacy Initiative, Ethiopians have planted over 48 billion seedlings, restoring soils, watersheds, and hope ecological restoration must become the new global investment landscapes, supported by debt for climate swaps and green value chains that reward nature, and communities. Third, energy and digital transformation. The Grand Ethiopia Renaissance Dam symbolizes Africa's renewable ambition. We are expanding into solar, wind, geothermal, and nuclear power, and we envision an Africa energy network that drives industrialization while achieving net zero emissions. Through Digital Ethiopia, we have liberalized telecom, expanded broadband, and advanced digital finance. By 2030, we aim to complete our national digital public infrastructure, integrating IDs, payments, and data platforms to serve citizens. For Ethiopia, artificial intelligence is a tool for inclusion, helping predict droughts, diagnose diseases, and support local language, ensuring technology works for all. Excellencies, Ethiopia's journey mirrors that of many emerging economies. Our success offers lessons, our challenges offer insights. Inclusivity and sustainable growth is both a practical and a moral imperative for our continent. It requires humility to reconsider what we treasure and courage to redefine what we value. I propose that the G20 adopt a new lens, measures resilience as growth. Let us count not only GDP, but the capacity of societies to withstand and adapt, because that ultimately is what sustains development. Ethiopia stands ready, rooted in Madamar, to contribute to this shared global journey. I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Ahmed Ali. I now have the privilege to call upon His Excellency, Mr. Teodoro Obiang Nguema Basogo, the President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea and the President of the Economic Community of Central African States, to address us. Okay, there seems to be a problem there, which they will fix in a little while. I will come back to President Basogo. I now want to move on to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Finland, Alexander Stubb.
Thank you very much, Cyril, and thank you for the invitation. You know that Finns are famous for two things. One, they speak very shortly, and two, they love rules. And I hope I will stick to both. It's a great privilege to be here for the first time representing Finland. We've never been at a G20 meeting before, and we really appreciate the invitation. Jonas Störe and I both come from Nordic countries, and we once calculated that the Nordics would be G10. So perhaps I'll speak in that spirit. Cyril, for me, this meeting is very much a symbol of multilateralism. And what you are trying to do here is to bring a group of key countries together that have both demography and economy on their side. And you are doing it at a time when there clearly is a change in the world order, where I believe personally that the nexus of power is moving eastbound and southbound. And now I think all of us pretty much have a choice, and the choice is between multilateralism, which you are representing, and multipolarity. And these two things are very different. For me, multilateralism is about cooperation, it's about rules, it's about norms, and it's about institutions. I like these rules because they are the ones that bring exactly the thing that you have up there on the board: solidarity, equality, and sustainability. My big worry right now is that the world is moving more in a multipolar direction. And multipolarity, though it gives power to nation states as such, is problematic because it's more transactional, it's more about deals, and therefore it's more prone to conflict. There have been many excellent interventions here today about rules on trade, rules on the way in which we engage with each other. My biggest worry right now is that we are not seeing enough multilateralism in three key conflicts that have been raging around the world. One, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. Two, the situation in Gaza. And three, the situation in Sudan. So I hope that we lean towards multilateralism. And let me say, coming from a small country, what I believe the West should do in this. I think the West should understand that the multilateral institutions that were created after World War II and that were upheld after the Cold War, the power structure of them is right now unfair. It needs to be changed. We need to distribute power in a world that exists today, not the world that existed in 1945. That is the best way for us to drive multilateralism and get it back on track. Thank you very much. 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
Thank you very much, President Stubb. You were just so precise, Alexandra. That's the Nordic spirit, I take it. We now go back to His Excellency President Theodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, President of the Equatorial Guinea. We apologize for your mic having not worked as it should have, but please go ahead.
Sus Excelencias, Jefe de Estado y de Gobierno y Jefe de Delegaciones, distinguidos invitados, señoras y señores. Me dirijo a ustedes en nombre de la Comunidad Económica de los Estados de África Central.
There is still a problem for President Basogo. My apologies again, President. The technicians told me that they had fixed it, but it seems like they still need to do a little bit more work. And with that in mind, I will move on, and we will give you double the time. I will move on to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Ireland, Mr. Michael Martin.
Thank you very much indeed, President Ramaphosa, and congratulations to you and to South Africa on your G20 presidency, the first on African soil. And your drive and commitment to using this important forum to tackle very important issues is deeply appreciated, and Ireland has been very honoured and privileged to have been in a position to work with you across all work streams over the past 12 months. Our world is ever more interconnected and interdependent, and working collaboratively is the best way we can serve our people. Our long-standing commitment to international law, multilateralism, and active engagement in international fora motivates us to advocate for an inclusive international system that leaves no one behind. And in that context, there is an urgent need to end war and conflict. War and conflict damages and undermines economy and economic growth. And in that context, there must be renewed efforts to end the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the war that has ensued, and also the horrors of Gaza and the appalling situation in Sudan. We must work very hard to end these wars in addition to the many other conflicts. Ireland advocates for economic growth to be inclusive, to be resilient, and to be environmentally sustainable. And our focus has always been on investment in human capital in terms of education and training as the key underpinning of economic growth into the future. Economic growth has to contribute to equality, to poverty reduction, and must align with international commitments on climate change and environmental protection. Ireland welcomes the G20 efforts that support inclusive growth on the African continent and beyond, seeing this as an endorsement of the Agenda 2030 commitment to reach the furthest behind first. Women's economic empowerment is crucially important as a direct pathway towards gender equality, poverty eradication, and inclusive economic growth. Ireland values policy interventions that support investment in local and regional value chains, which support quality jobs creation, raise living standards, and enhance resilience. Digital inclusion is a key enabler of a growing economy, and we're supportive of work to develop a fair and inclusive digital economy with effective rules for digital trade. Trade and investment need to create opportunities for those considered the furthest behind, particularly women and marginalised groups. And Ireland, along with the European Union, is committed to an open and rules-based multilateral trading system with a modernised WTO at its core. The rules and the standards that the WTO provides are crucial for all of us who depend on global trade and allow all trading nations to benefit. The stability and the predictability provided by the rules-based multilateral trading system is key in supporting sustainable development. It does have to, however, be modernised and must also address the impact of the increasing use of trade-distorting industrial policies. Growing debt servicing costs, as has been said, translates into reduction in many countries' expenditure on the core areas of health and education and social protection, again impacting their ability to reach the furthest behind first. Ireland supports the outcome of the Financing for Development Conference, the Seville Commitment, and we are supportive of the institutions and initiatives that assist countries with debt issues. And these include the G20, which has developed and is overseeing the implementation of the Common Framework for Debt Treatments, the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable, and the Paris Club. And we continue to call, where appropriate, for reform and improvements of these institutions and initiatives. These priorities have guided our active engagement in the G20 this year, and we support South Africa in this endeavour. Thank you very much indeed, President.
Thank you. Thank you, Taoiseach. I now would like to go back to His Excellency, President Ngwema Basoko. He will have been given a roving mic so that he can make his input. The fixed microphone does not seem to be working as well as it should. Go ahead, Your Excellency.
Sus Excelencias, Jefe de Estado y de Gobierno y Jefe de Delegaciones, distinguidos invitados, señoras y señores. Me dirijo a ustedes en nombre de la Comunidad Económica de los Estados de África Central. Permítanme expresar mi agradecimiento a la República de Sudáfrica por su liderazgo y por el tema elegido para su presidencia del G20, a saber, solidaridad, igualdad y sostenibilidad. Esta cumbre de Johannesburgo tiene lugar en un momento en que la arquitectura de la economía mundial aumenta las desigualdades en lugar de reducirlas entre las naciones. Durante décadas, nuestros pueblos han soportado los costos de un sistema desproporcionalmente a unos pocos y castiga a los más vulnerables. Sin embargo, nuestra región de África Central también ofrece soluciones globales. A modo de ejemplo, la cuenca de Congo constituye la segunda mayor masa forestal tropical del planeta y uno de los últimos grandes sumideros de carbono. El Golfo de Guinea garantiza la seguridad de rutas marítimas vitales. Nuestros suelos y minerales críticos desempeñan un papel clave en la transición energética y nuestra juventud representa un motor de innovación, siempre y cuando logremos liberar todo su potencial. Nos reunimos hoy en el G20, un foro que pretende ser el espacio donde las economías más influyentes del planeta dialogan sobre el futuro global. Sin embargo, permítanme recordar que ese futuro no puede constituirse ignorando las voces del sur global, ni repitiendo las fórmulas que han perpetuado las desigualdades entre las naciones. Para que el crecimiento económico sea inclusivo y sostenible y que no deje a nadie atrás en nuestra comunidad, quisiera ofrecer a esta cumbre unas soluciones que pueden ayudar para los más necesitados. Primero, hacer que la arquitectura financiera mundial sea más justo. Esto significa facilitar el acceso al capital para las economías en desarrollo, establecer un marco de solución de la deuda, reformar los bancos multilaterales del desarrollo y promover la justicia fiscal. La CAC apoya la propuesta de Sudáfrica de crear una comisión sobre el costo del capital del G20, con el fin de diagnosticar y corregir las deficiencias estructurales en la evaluación y fijación de riesgo soberano. Segundo, transformar los minerales críticos en prosperidad compartida mediante la creación de valor en origen. Esto implica claramente desarrollar cadenas de valor locales, establecer normas que generen oportunidades, dividendos comunitarios y que garanticen la integridad ambiental, así como el vínculo entre lo humanitario, el desarrollo y la paz. La transición energética no debe reproducir los antiguos modelos extractivos. Tercero, garantizar la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional mediante inversiones desde la producción hasta la distribución. La CAC necesita socios para apoyar la agricultura climáticamente inteligente, el sistema de riesgo y la producción regional de fertilizantes para reducir la dependencia de las importaciones y la volatilidad de los precios, invertir en el almacenamiento de cadenas de frío y servicios de asesoría digital dirigidos a los pequeños productores, sobre todo las mujeres y los jóvenes. Asimismo, abogamos por la creación de una reserva alimentaria general y de un sistema de alerta temprana. Solicitamos el apoyo financiero del G20 para promover una seguridad alimentaria basada en la cadena de valor para ser autosuficientes. Cuarto, reconocer y recompensar los bienes públicos mundiales, en particular la cuenca del Congo, cuyas selvas absorben miles de millones de toneladas de carbono y protegen los regímenes de lluvias más allá de nuestra región. En efecto, proponemos la creación de una ventana de financiamiento específica basada en los resultados complementarios al Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños. Invitamos al G20 a contribuir en la creación de mecanismos automáticos de desembolso rápido para la reconstrucción post-desastre. Quinto y último, poner al ser humano en el centro de la transición digital y de la inteligencia artificial. Esto debería impulsarnos a la inversión en infraestructuras digitales, públicas y en la innovación inclusiva. Proponemos, por tanto, establecer un mecanismo de G20 para ampliar el acceso a la conectividad y a lo conjunto de datos abiertos para la inteligencia artificial de interés público, priorizando las lenguas y los contextos del sur global. Sobre todo, estos 5 imperativos se encuentran en una agenda transversal para medir y combatir la desigualdad entre la base de hechos y no de mitos. La CAC respalda la creación de un panel internacional sobre las desigualdades, a fin de seguir las tendencias, evaluar las causas y medir el impacto de las políticas. El mundo reclama una gobernanza más justa y es nuestra responsabilidad ofrecer una respuesta que conduzca a un futuro más próspero para todos los pueblos del planeta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President Basago. I now would like to call upon the Prime Minister of Jamaica and the Chair of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, Dr. Andrew Michael Holness, to take the floor.
President Ramaphosa, thank you for the kind invitation to participate in this important meeting. Please accept our commendations on South Africa's presidency. Excellencies, Jamaica supports the global agenda to make economic growth not only strong and sustainable, but also inclusive and resilient. Jamaica's story is one of social partnership and sacrifice. We transformed our economy after decades of instability through disciplined macro-fiscal reforms anchored in responsible debt management, institutional strengthening, and targeted pro-growth initiatives. We reduced our debt, lowered poverty and unemployment, contained inflation, stabilized foreign exchange, and built robust reserves. Now, our focus is on translating the dividends of sacrifice into investments in our people, getting the policy mix right, is both an economic and moral imperative. Yet, one external shock can undo years of progress. Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 storm, has devastated 7 parishes. Its impact will negatively affect our debt trajectory, and the road ahead will be challenging. This is our reality today. But it is also the recurring story of vulnerability told by small island developing states in CARICOM and indeed across the world. Global partnership will be essential to our recovery. The G20 commitment in 2021 to recycle SDR allocations led to the creation of the IMF Resilience and Sustainability Trust. This facility provides developing countries with relatively low-cost financing and longer maturities. We urge the G20 to preserve and strengthen this mechanism. We also call for innovative, flexible financing solutions, such as thematic bonds for climate adaptation and blended finance structures to support resilient infrastructure designed to meet the unique needs of climate-vulnerable economies. Jamaica further calls on the G20 to advance a rules-based, equitable, global trading framework that enhances predictability, flexibility, and resilience for small economies. This should include expanding access to targeted financing and risk insurance instruments tailored to the needs of SIDS, supporting technological upgrading and productive capacity enhancement, integrating multidimensional vulnerability indices into eligibility and financing terms across IFIs and climate funds, so countries can invest in resilience without compromising fiscal stability. Establishing a loss and damage financing window with clear rules-based triggers for timely and predictable support. Advancing a global skills and trade compact for SIDS to strengthen human capital competitiveness and inclusive growth. Excellencies, through these actions, the G20 can ensure that global trade and financial systems become more than engines of growth. They can become forces for shared prosperity, resilience, and sustainability, leaving no nation behind.
Thank you, Prime Minister, and we should collectively pass our condolences to you and the people of the Caribbean for the devastation that we all witnessed as you faced a huge calamity. We thank you for your steadfastness, and we thank you, and please pass on our greetings to the people of the Caribbean. We now call upon His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the Chair of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, Mr. Anwar bin Ibrahim.
I thank President Cyril Ramaphosa for his leadership and for South Africa for inviting Malaysia and as ASEAN chair to this summit. We meet in a country and continent that has endured the most dehumanizing aspect of apartheid and colonization. The expectations from countries in the South is for G20 to pursue an agenda that is just and fair, to be unequivocal on our resolve to end the atrocities and colonization in Gaza, and the civil strife in the Sudan, and achieve an amicable resolution to the war in Ukraine. Malaysia has worked with our Asian neighbors in particular to manage political conflicts, tariff shocks, supply chain pressures, and rapid technological change. We have found that when policies are aligned and rules are predictable, shocks pass through with less damage. The lesson is clear. Resilience comes from common preparedness, not isolation. This lesson matters because the next disruption will likely to be harder to burden. Artificial intelligence will recognize labor markets at a pace our institutions will struggle to match. Without early investment in transitions, workers, especially the young and women, will face these shifts alone. We have seen the consequences before when societies were unprepared for globalization, poor governance, grinding poverty, endemic corruption, resulting in stagnant wages, eroding trust, and the rise of politics that feed on grievance. With AI, destabilization becomes a real risk if countries enter this transition unprepared. This will be one of the defining challenges of our times. Now, countries, of course, must equip their people, especially the young, for the speed of technological change. Opportunities for training and credible safety nets are essential. Small and medium-sized firms, which carry much of the employment burden, will need support. Global resilience cannot be built on fiscal exhaustion. Many developing economies now spend more on servicing debt than on education and investment. Countries need the capacity to invest ahead of disruption, not after. Multilateral development banks must be ready to deploy more quickly and work closely with countries to support the investments and build resilience. We are ready to work with all partners to meet this common challenge and to help sustain an open, predictable global economy that gives our people a fair chance to thrive. Thank you again.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It now gives me pleasure to ask His Excellency Dr. Pedro Sanchez Perez Castijon, the President of the Government of Spain, to take the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor, President Ramaphosa, my dear friend, and allow me to congratulate you for the adoption of the declaration. We meet at a moment of deep uncertainty for the global economy, for sustainable development, and for multilateralism. Earlier this week, a Spanish think tank reported that more than 22 million people could die all over the world by 2030 due to cuts in official development assistance. Those figures are truly horrifying and only one example of the tragic, real-world consequences of the trends we are witnessing. Yet, as we have also seen this year, when we choose cooperation over fragmentation, progress is possible. The 4th International Conference on Financing for Development held in Spain was a powerful reminder of that. Their countries endorsed the Compromiso de Sevilla and launched the Seville Platform for Action with more than 100 concrete initiatives to implement our joint commitments. Not just words and wishes, but tangible actions that will make a real difference on the ground. Among them, there are 3 initiatives led by Spain that respond to one of the great challenges of our time: debt sustainability. They are the Global Hub for Debt Swaps, the Debt Post-Close Alliance, and the Sevilla Forum on Debt. These are 3 very pragmatic tools born out of real-world constraints that can really help rebuild trust in international cooperation and solve the burden of debt in developing countries. But financing alone is not enough. Trade disruptions, fragmentation of supply chains, and rising protectionism are eroding the foundation of global growth, and they need to be urgently tackled. let me be clear, tariffs are not a weapon, they are a barrier. Yes, industrial overcapacity and unfair competitions are real challenges, both for advanced and developing countries, but responding to them with tariffs leads only to collective defeat. This is why it is more urgent than ever to strengthen the multilateral trading system, restore the central role of the World Trade Organization, and update it for the world we live in. Inequality must also be at the center of our agenda. The Stiglitz report, commissioned under South Africa's G20 presidency, has delivered a stark warning. We face an inequality emergency just as severe and systemic as the climate emergency. Extreme concentration of wealth undermines growth, corrodes democratic institutions, and fuels polarization. Addressing this requires fair international taxation. The progress the G20 has achieved on global tax reform cannot be allowed to unravel. We need tax rules fit for the 21st century. Colleagues, allow me to finish with a reminder. Inclusive and sustainable development is impossible without peace. We must stand by the principles of the UN Charter, everyone, everywhere, at all times, be it in Ukraine or in Palestine. This means defending sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, and ensuring strict compliance with international humanitarian law. Without peace, without respect for multilateral rules, our efforts on trade, development, and inequality won't succeed. Spain remains committed to working with all of you to ensure that the G20 strengthens cooperation, protects the most vulnerable, and leaves no one behind. And I thank you.
Thank you, my good friend, President Sanchez. I now call upon Her Excellency Dr. Nedumbu Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Namibia thank and congratulate Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, the government and the people of South Africa for bringing G20 to Africa, placing Africa's concern in the agenda of the summit, and for the kind invitation extended to my country. Guided by the African Union Agenda 2063 and the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, the importance of addressing development priority from the African perspective cannot be overemphasized. Developing countries find themselves on debt trap as a result of capital high cost for developing countries based on the perceived risk that does not reflect the reality on the ground. In the face of unfair financing terms, recently Namibia honored its international obligation by redeeming its 750 million US-Euro bond on time, signifying strong fiscal responsibilities. However, we are considered by decision makers as a risk country. We need a fair international financial institutions. Being the most meaningful way, we can place people at the heart of sustainable development. Our focus on advancing the transformation of global governance must be underpinned by the common understanding that only an inclusive and representative international system will have the capacity to respond to the present-day challenges. If our financial architecture is not fit for the purpose, we will continue to see the pressure of a looming global debt crisis that intensified imbalance between developed and developing countries. We are not seeking for free money. We want a fair and equal financing opportunities. For Namibia to grow and industrialize our economy, Namibia is welcoming investors to invest on value addition at source for our natural resources, including critical minerals, to yield a broad-based benefit for all our people. To leave no one behind, countries must mobilize adequate resources for development, apply responsible debt management, and safeguard resources for essential social and economic programs such as education, health, and infrastructures. Namibia urges the G20 leaders to strengthen debt treatment framework by providing consensual financing to countries that demonstrate commitment to sound debt management and to be innovative in strengthening others. As we strive towards reducing inequality within and among countries, fair taxation, financial inclusion, and social protection are essential tools. In Namibia, social protection coverage has expanded, with old age grants reaching 98% of eligible citizens, and children grants stand at 66% of vulnerable children. These measures ensure that vulnerable groups that include people living with disability are supported in the path to prosperity. It also allows women and youth to play their role in development. As I conclude, I can say let us reaffirm our shared commitment to inclusive and sustainable economic growth guided by the SDGs by focusing on 3 pillars. 1, strengthen trade-drive economies. 2, securing financial for development, while responsible managing debts and reducing inequality through inclusive policies. And all these are talking to the theme of this conference, which we really very much welcome, namely solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, President Nandi Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia. I now call upon His Excellency, Mr. Dick Schoof, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as Minister of Finance, I will speak on behalf of the Netherlands. And I think it's important to emphasize this since I still have to fly back home with my Prime Minister. First of all, let me say how much I appreciate your hosting this first G20 on the African continent. We know what a challenge it is to organize a major international conference, and this summit reflects the growing importance of your country and Africa as a whole on the global stage. And I think I can speak on behalf of everybody that you have been a fantastic host, so thank you for that. In the run-up to this summit, the Netherlands was pleased to work with you on key themes of your presidency: solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And as the world's 18th largest economy, we greatly appreciate the opportunity to be part of the G20 again this year. I would like to make some brief remarks on 3 topics that all feed into one another: economic growth, debt sustainability, and private capital mobilization. First, it's clear that we need economic growth in order to achieve inclusive and sustainable development. However, the most straightforward and direct way to unlock economic growth is to immediately end Russia's unjust and unprovoked war in Ukraine. Not only is it causing unbearable human suffering, it also continues to have significant negative global economic spillover effects. And it's the real reason scarce resources have to be invested in Ukraine. Only a just and lasting peace can put an end to all this and can guarantee the security of Ukraine and Europe. Second, on debt sustainability, it's a fact that high debt levels stand in the way of growth. Every dollar spent on interest cannot be spent on investing in a stronger economy. So that's why the Netherlands strongly supports the G20's work on debt sustainability. Specifically, we think it's important to continue working on transparency, because that transparency can help boost investors' confidence in borrowing countries, which in turn will stimulate financing for development. And third, we know there are insufficient public funds to tackle the enormous needs of developing countries. So therefore, we need private capital mobilization as well. So I applaud the finance track for the excellent job it has done this year, mapping out new ways to unlock institutional capital for investment in emerging markets. And this includes innovative approaches in the Netherlands to mobilize pension fund capital. It is important that the G20 continues this path. So my appeal, Mr. Chair, is for more international economic cooperation, more transparency, and more private funding, especially when they benefit the world's most vulnerable people. And we realize it's easier said than done. But if the G20 continues to show leadership in this endeavor, I assure you the Dutch government and the Dutch investors stand ready to work with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. And now I would like to call upon His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway, Mr. Jonas Støre, to take the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm his Chief of Staff and will speak on his behalf. Dear President Ramaphosa, it has been a privilege for Norway to be an invited country during South Africa's G20 presidency. And it's also an honor to attend this first G20 summit here in Africa, under the able leadership of you, President Ramaphosa. I commend South Africa for placing a special emphasis on the issue of inequality. And I thank Professor Stiglitz for providing important input to our discussion, including the crucial observation that inequality is not a given. Inequality is the result of policy choices. As such, it can be fought, including with a progressive taxation system, an effective welfare system covering everyone, and not least, measures that ensure equal opportunities for women and men. Norway invests in equality because it's the best antidote to exclusion, to resentment, to conflict, and democratic backsliding. And we invest in equality because it improves the lives of our citizens and makes our economy stronger. Let me give an example from my country. Research shows that increase in women's participation in the workforce from the 1970s and onwards has mattered just as much to our economy as our revenues from oil and gas. Rising inequality is a global challenge. It is a factor in almost any issue we are dealing with, from war and climate change to poverty and health. Inequality hampers development. Therefore, we fully support the objectives outlined for the International Panel on Inequality. And we support the central message in the report. Reducing inequality requires more international cooperation. And let me point out 3 priorities. Number 1, we must implement the Compromiso de Sevilla. The comprehensive framework was agreed at the 4th Financing for Development Conference. It provides a roadmap to address many of the issues also raised in the report by Professor Stiglitz. Secondly, we have to make progress on the WTO reform. Rule-based trades is crucial for economic growth and development. Multilateralism matters. It's on us to make sure that the next year's WTO ministerial meeting delivers and that Director General Ngozi has the backing she needs. Third, we should continue to strengthen multilateral development banks. Going forward, they will be the main source of development finance. The G20 plays a special role in making sure that they are fit for the task. Excellencies, Norway is a long-standing friend of Africa. We support the development aspirations of the people of this continent as spelled out by Travel Manual in his presentation. I'm therefore pleased to announce that Norway intends to contribute approximately $300 million to the African Development Fund replenishment for the period 2026 to 2028. I also urge others to present generous pledges to this very important fund. These are very critical times, as many of you here has mentioned, especially the situation in Gaza, Sudan, and Ukraine. We support peace in Ukraine, and no one wants peace more than the Ukrainians themselves. We welcome efforts for peace, but for peace to ensure, it must be just and must be rooted in international law, respect the basic tenets of the UN Charter, and provide for the future security of Ukraine and for the rest of Europe. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for the contribution. We always are grateful for contributions that are made for the development of our continent. So please pass on our gratitude. We now go ahead and call His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Amir of the State of Qatar. Okay, it does seem like the Sheikh should be in a bilateral somewhere. We will come back to him. I now move on to ask His Excellency, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone and the Chairperson of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by congratulating our host for being a great host, especially for the warmth and hospitality that he has extended to us. I now bring you warm greetings from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. The region is currently celebrating its golden anniversary in recognition of various achievements, but also reflecting on the future of the community. We gather here to make important decisions on trade, finance for development, and the existential debt burden. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, trade is not just about goods crossing borders, but about creating opportunities in Africa for over 1.4 billion people and providing opportunities to create employment and wealth. In Africa, we are committed to boosting intra-African trade through effective implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, a system that empowers small businesses, connects landlocked communities, and unlocks regional value chains. However, we cannot do it alone. We call on G20 to 1, reform global trade rules to ensure fair access for African exports. 2, invest in trade facilitation, digital corridors, and green logistics. 3, support the full implementation of FTAs, such as the AFCFTA, especially for the effective participation of women and youth entrepreneurs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, development finance must move from charity to strategy. Africa does not lack ambition, but affordable capital. The cost of borrowing for many of our countries is up to 8 times higher for advanced countries. We urge G20 to, one, scale up concessional finance and blended instruments for climate resilience, digital infrastructure, and urban transformation. 2, empower national and subnational institutions with direct access to global capital markets. 3, champion innovative tools like diaspora bonds, carbon credit, and SDG-linked instruments that reflect Africa's realities. Scale up climate finance commitments. Africa contributes, as we all know, less than 4% to global emissions, yet bears the highest climate cost. G20 must support the realization of the 100 billion climate finance pledge and accelerate access to loss and damage fund. To advance global peace and security, the G20 must lead the effort to redress the issues of increasing global poverty, economic inequality, and justice, which feeds global security challenges. G20 must work to evolve a more peaceful world in which prosperity and advancement for all is a global goal. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today over 20 African countries face high risk of debt distress, not necessarily due to reckless borrowing, but because we borrow in a structurally unjust system. The cost of borrowing and servicing for many African countries is prohibitively high, thereby diverting funds from crucial sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure, as has been alluded to by many already. The G20's common framework must evolve. We need, one, timely, transparent, and equitable debt restructuring across all creditor classes, intercreditor burden sharing and binding timelines, access to concessional finance and capital on fairer terms, a new debt climate development compact that links relief to resilience, addressing issues like illicit financial flows, profit shifting, and marginalization in global value chains is crucial for long-term solutions. We offer the following recommendations. We propose the establishment of a task force on trade and finance for structural transformation. 2, we call on multilateral development banks to create dedicated credit lines for regional and urban development. We urge the summit to adopt a multi-pronged approach on fiscal space, financial innovation, and institutional capacity as the foundation of a new global economic architecture. And finally, we call for a recommitment to the multilateral trading system that we are used to. Thank you.
Thank you, President Mahadabio. Your Excellencies, I'd like to announce that we will be taking a family photo in about half an hour and 30 minutes. When we have finished the guest country speakers list, which we will finish shortly. Thereafter, we will take a family photo and stretch our legs before we come to listen to the inputs from international organizations. I now call upon His Excellency, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of the Republic of Singapore, Mr. Lawrence Wong, to take the floor.
Thank you, President Ramaphosa. Excellencies, I start by thanking President Ramaphosa and the South African government for the excellent arrangements and for inviting Singapore to this historic G20 summit, the first time on African soil. The agenda today is on growth, and growth can only be sustained in a stable global environment. For decades, the rules-based multilateral system anchored by the WTO provided this stability. But the system is now under severe strain. One reason is that the system has been optimized for efficiency in a different era, and it has not caught up with the realities of today's world. Realities like digital trade, as well as the fact that interdependencies are increasingly being seen as vulnerabilities and are open to being weaponized or used as leverage in moments of dispute. Understandably, countries are taking actions to protect themselves and to prioritize resilience and security. Yet, if every nation goes its own way, the global system will unravel even more quickly. And when that happens, everyone will be worse off. And the heaviest burden will fall on the developing nations. So we do need to reform and update the global system to ensure it addresses the strategic realities of our time. First, we must recommit to the core foundations which remain relevant today, and that means upholding international law and the norms and practices that guide state behavior. That is critical to continued peace and stability in the world. Second, we must reform the current system, be it the WTO or other global institutions. We cannot be paralyzed by old ways of doing things. We all have to get behind the urgent reforms that are needed in the WTO so that it becomes more effective and outcome-oriented. We should complement the WTO with flexible multilateral approaches, and that's why Singapore supports minilaterals and plurilaterals, which can serve as important pathfinders towards updating global rules. Third, we should build new partnerships, and as several colleagues have talked about just now, we are making progress with partnerships and dialogues between the CPTPP and ASEAN, as well as the CPTPP and the EU. In fact, 2 days ago, ministers came together and had a very productive trade and investment dialogue covering issues like trade and investment facilitation, digital trade, and supply chain resilience. In the same regard, we should look at ways in which we can bring the free trade areas and the free trade blocks in Africa closer with Southeast Asia and ASEAN. Recently, Singapore also joined with other countries like New Zealand, Switzerland, and the UAE to launch a new framework called the Future of Investment and Trade Partnership that brings together small and medium-sized economies to keep up the momentum of trade liberalization. All of these efforts can form the foundations of a more resilient and secure multilateral trading system. To be clear, building a new global economic architecture will require significant effort and considerable political will. Multiple efforts are already underway, as I described just now. The G20 can and should play a key leadership role in coordinating these efforts. And Singapore stands ready to do our part and work with all members towards this objective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister Wong. I now move on and request His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, Mr. Pham Minh Chinh, to take the floor.
Thưa ngài Ramaphosa, thưa các nhà lãnh đạo và quý vị đại biểu, tôi xin chúc mừng ngài Tổng thống và chính phủ Nam Phi đã đảm nhận vai trò Chủ tịch G20 năm 2015 và đánh giá cao chủ đề đoàn kết, bình đẳng, phát triển bền vững. Thế giới đang trải qua những thay đổi sâu sắc mang tính thời đại, nhiều vấn đề chưa có tiền lệ mang tính toàn dân, toàn diện và toàn cầu. Trong bối cảnh đó, quản trị toàn cầu cần hướng tới mục tiêu trọng tâm là duy trì hòa bình, ổn định và phát triển bao trùm toàn diện. Nguyên tắc quan trọng nhất là tôn trọng bình đẳng, cùng có lợi dựa trên luật lệ và thông lệ quốc tế. Đoàn kết, hợp tác, đối thoại nhằm tạo ra sức mạnh, đem lại lợi ích, củng cố niềm tin. Cách tiếp cận xuyên suốt là toàn dân, toàn diện, toàn cầu, đặt con người ở vị trí trung tâm. Với phương châm đoàn kết để có sức mạnh, hợp tác để có lợi ích, đối thoại để có lòng tin, tôi xin đề xuất G20 thúc đẩy 3 cái đảm bảo chiến lược sau đây. Một là đảm bảo ổn định để phát triển trong quan hệ quốc tế, chính trị, thế giới và kinh tế vĩ mô toàn cầu. G20 cần đi đầu xây dựng cơ chế tăng cường đoàn kết, hợp tác quốc tế, tôn trọng lẫn nhau, tìm giải pháp phù hợp giải quyết các xung đột, tạo môi trường thuận lợi cho phát triển, phối hợp chính sách để ngăn ngừa rủi ro hệ thống, ứng phó khủng hoảng, hạn chế rào cản thương mại, giảm thiểu phân mảnh, chuỗi cung ứng, thúc đẩy các sáng kiến, chuyển đổi nợ, đảm bảo ổn định vĩ mô toàn cầu. Hai là đảm bảo hệ thống thương mại đa phương dựa trên luật lệ với trung tâm là WTO, hệ thống tài chính toàn cầu cân bằng, minh bạch, cởi mở, quyền tiếp cận bình đẳng về khoa học, công nghệ và tài chính cho phát triển. Tôi đề nghị G20 tăng cường hợp tác, đấu tranh không chính trị hóa khoa học và thương mại, hỗ trợ các nước đang phát triển bằng cách chính sách thương mại công bằng, hài hòa lợi ích, phát triển hệ thống tài chính hiệu quả và nâng cao năng lực chuyển đổi số, đáp ứng tốt hơn yêu cầu phát triển nhanh và bền vững của các quốc gia, thúc đẩy cải tổ toàn diện WTO để hoạt động tích cực, hiệu quả hơn. Ba là đảm bảo quản trị toàn cầu linh hoạt, hiệu quả, tạo nên hệ sinh thái cho phát triển mạnh mẽ trong kỷ nguyên chuyển đổi số, chuyển đổi xanh. Tôi mong G20 cùng các cơ chế đa phương tăng cường đối thoại, xây dựng khuôn khổ quản trị toàn cầu, hài hòa giữa kinh tế, xã hội và môi trường, giữa hiện tại và tương lai, công bằng, cân bằng lợi ích giữa các nền kinh tế với nhau, thúc đẩy hợp tác về trí tuệ nhân tạo, biến đổi khí hậu, phòng chống thiên tai, dịch bệnh. Thưa quý vị, cố Tổng thống Nelson Mandela từng nói, chừng nào nghèo đói, bất công và bất bình đẳng vẫn còn tồn tại trên thế giới, không ai trong chúng ta có thể thực sự nghỉ ngơi. Việt Nam sẵn sàng hợp tác tích cực, bình đẳng, cùng có lợi với các nước G20 và cộng đồng quốc tế vì một thế giới hòa bình, văn minh, thịnh vượng, phát triển bền vững và bao trùm, không để ai bị bỏ lại phía sau, để mọi người dân đều được hưởng từ thành quả của phát triển và hội nhập quốc tế sâu rộng, thực chất và hiệu quả. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I now call upon His Excellency Mr. Sifi Grieb, Prime Minister of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, to take the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا. اسمحوا لي أولا أن أنقل إليكم تحيات رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون الذي شرفني بإلقاء الكلمة التي يوجهها لهذه القمة. هذا نصها. فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا رئيس جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا، أصحاب الفخامة رؤساء الدول والحكومات، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، يسعدني بداية أن أعرب عن خالص شكري لفخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا على دعوته الكريمة لبلدي للمشاركة في هذه القمة الهامة التي نفخر بانعقادها لأول مرة في أرض إفريقية، مشيدا عاليا بالأولويات والمواضيع المقترحة خلال جلساتها بما يعكس إدراكا ووعيا كبيرين بحجم التحديات المعقدة التي تواجه عالمنا اليوم على الصعيدين السياسي الاقتصادي، وتؤثر أيما تأثير على التجانس العالمي إن لم يتم التكفل بها بشكل جدي جماعي وسريع. السيد الرئيس، فيما يخص الأولويات المطروحة على طاولة اجتماعنا هذا، اسمحوا لي بالتطرق إلى النقاط التالية. أولاً، تجدد الجزائر الدعوة إلى معالجة عاجلة لمسألة ثقل المديونية وخدماتها على الدول النامية والأكثر فقراً من خلال مقاربة تتضمن مسح جانب منها أو تحويلها إلى استثمارات مباشرة ومجدية في هذه الدول، مع مراعاة ضرورة تصحيح التعقيدات التقنية لمسألة تقييم المخاطر من خلال إصلاحات عميقة تسمح بإيجاد مخرج للدول التي تئن تحت وطأة الديون السيادية. ثانياً، تضم الجزائر صوتها إلى أصوات الدول الداعية إلى إصلاح المنظمات المالية الدولية ضمن مقاربة حوكمة اقتصادية ومالية راشدة من خلال مراجعة آليات اتخاذ القرار بشكل يضمن تمثيلاً عادلاً ومنصفاً وشفافاً للدول النامية والقارة الإفريقية في هيئات تسيير هذه المؤسسات. ثالثاً، إن الجزائر التي ما فتئت ترافع من أجل تعبئة التمويلات الدولية وحشد الموارد لدعم الجهود العالمية لتمكين الدول النامية والدول الأكثر فقراً من وسائل وتكنولوجيات الانتقال نحو استعمال الطاقة الخضراء، تدعو من هذا المنبر إلى تجسيد شراكات ثنائية ودولية في هذا المجال. رابعاً، تؤيد الجزائر جميع المبادرات الرامية إلى الرفع من حجم التمويلات المخصصة للوقاية من المخاطر الكبرى والاستجابة السريعة للكوارث، وتدعو إلى حث المؤسسات المالية والبنوك الدولية للتفكير في آلية تمويل تفعل في حال ما إذا طلبت إحدى البلدان المتضررة ذلك. السيد الرئيس، لقد شهد العالم قرابة عامين متتاليين الجرائم الشنعاء التي ارتكبت في حق الشعب الفلسطيني الأعزل، وعاين حجم الدمار الذي خلفته هذه الحرب الهمجية، الأمر الذي يدفعنا للإعراب عن أملنا في أن تبادر دول مجموعة العشرين بإطلاق تعبئة عامة قصد بناء غد أفضل للشعب الفلسطيني، مؤكداً التزام بلادي بإعلان انضمامها إلى كل خطوة قد تتخذها بهذا الصدد. أشكركم على حسن الإصغاء.
Thank you. There was no real instantaneous translation to that input. Could the translation people look into it? But we now move on. Can it be done now? Yes, let it be done.
Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I would like to convey to you the greetings of the President of the Republic, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, who entrusted me with delivering his address to this summit as follows. Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, framework of sound economic financial governance. This includes reviewing decision-making mechanisms to ensure fair, equitable, and transparent representation for developing countries and the African continent within the governing bodies of these institutions. Third, Algeria, which has consistently advocated for mobilizing international funding and resources to support global efforts to empower developing countries and the poorest nations with the means and technologies of green energy transition, calls for the establishment of bilateral and international partnerships in this field. Fourth, Algeria supports all initiatives aimed at increasing funding allocated to major risk prevention and rapid disaster response, and calls for urging international financial institutions and banks to consider a financing mechanism that can be activated should an affected country request it. Mr. President, for nearly 2 consecutive years, the world has witnessed the heinous crimes committed against the defenseless Palestinian people and has seen the extent of the devastation wrought by this war. This compels us to express our hope that the G20 countries would launch a comprehensive mobilization to build a better future for the Palestinian people, and I reaffirm my country's commitment to supporting any step they may take in this regard. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. I'd now like to call upon the Prime Minister of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Dr. Mustafa Madbouly, to take the floor.
His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellencies, Heads of the States and Government, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to join you today on behalf of His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi at the G20 Summit. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the sisterly Republic of South Africa for the warm hospitality and excellent organization of the first summit on African soil, and to express Egypt's deep appreciation to the South African G20 presidency for its kind invitation to participate as a guest in the G20 meetings this year. We also commend South Africa's leadership in steering the group's work and in advancing Africa's priorities. In a world faced by unprecedented global challenges, the G20 has a critical role in addressing the main global economic challenges, including the reform of the international financial architecture to ensure that it is responsive to the developmental needs of developing countries. This includes enhancing access to concessional finance through establishing new financial mechanisms, while strengthening the effectiveness of existing ones, improving the business models and financing capabilities of the IFIs and the MDBs, and ensuring stronger representation of developing countries in the global economic governance. It is also imperative to reform the complicated global debt landscape by establishing new mechanisms for managing debt in a comprehensive and sustainable manner in low-income and middle-income countries. We also aspire to reinvigorate the global commitment of multilateralism, including the rule-based multilateral trading system with the WTO at its core, to promote trade as an engine of sustainable development and inclusive growth. Excellencies, peace and development are strongly interlinked. The Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit that ended the war in Gaza paved the way for a more stable, peaceful, and prosperous Middle East. We welcome the adoption of the Security Council resolution on Gaza Strip on November 17th, and we stress the urgent need to start the implementation of the second phase of President Trump's plan to deal with the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza through providing the necessary humanitarian assistance and to embark on the early recovery and reconstruction of the Strip without delay, while working at the same time on a final settlement of the Palestinian question based on the two-state solution. Egypt will host an international conference on the early recovery and reconstruction in Gaza, and I invite your countries to participate in it. In conclusion, I look forward to achieving constructive outcomes out of this summit to fulfill the aspiration of our peoples for a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I now would like to request the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Vice President Kashim Shettima, to take the floor and address us.
Mr. President, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, let me at the outset express appreciation to His Excellency President Matameta Cyril Ramaphosa for the warm reception in this beautiful city of Johannesburg. May I further use this opportunity to congratulate him on the successes of the South Africa G20 presidency, including his purposeful leadership in steering the affairs of the group in a number of processes and negotiations which will culminate in a leader's declaration. Nigeria, as one of the invited guest countries of this year's G20 summit, commends the concerted efforts of the group in mobilizing action towards accelerated attainment of inclusive sustainable growth, where financing for development is guaranteed and no one or country is left behind. The theme of the Session 1 of the Leaders Summit, Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Growth, leaving no one behind, building our economies, the role of trade, financing for development, and the debt burden, is apt and speaks to the challenges of developing countries. The current multilateral framework do not adequately reflect the realities of today's world. Many developing nations continue to face systematic barriers to economic growth, trade, and financial inclusivity. For trade to be truly inclusive, the G20 must take bold steps towards reforming the international financial architecture and global institutions. Only a more equitable and effective system can fairly manage global financial flows, address recurring debt crises, and respond to the needs of all nations, especially those in the global south. Africa cannot realize the positive paradigm shift we seek in its development trajectory without a collective resolve of the G20. Together, we must confront the persistent regional challenges before us, most notably the urgent need for sustainable financing to ensure effective implementation of our developmental priorities. Across many regions, rising debt burdens continue to constrain economic progress and transform local challenges into global vulnerabilities. Ensuring debt sustainability while responsibly leveraging critical minerals for inclusive and enduring development must remain central priorities for the G20. The G20 must, in the adoption of the Leaders' Declaration, take very seriously the need to advance policies that drive sustainable growth, promote financial inclusion, and tackle emerging risks. This includes support for indigenous production, export from Africa, and mechanisms to enhance significant increase in FDI flows to the African region. Nigeria has in recent times demonstrated its readiness for both foreign direct and portfolio investments. This progress is driven in part by the fiscal policies introduced by the present administration, all aimed at enhancing the ease of doing business in Nigeria. We are committed to establishing 1,000 active businesses in each ward in Nigeria, with a clear objective of stimulating our local economy through grassroots empowerment, skills acquisition, and job creation. We commend the efforts of the World Trade Organization and its leadership for providing technical assistance to boost fair trade, including through the Women Exporters in the Digital Economy Fund launched in 2024. This initiative has provided grants and technical support to women entrepreneurs and strengthened their digital capabilities and access to global markets. Mr. President, as I conclude, I reaffirm Nigeria's unalloyed commitment to the G20. Let us continue to work side by side, shaping an economic future that uplifts every nation and leaves no one or country behind. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. I now ask His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Constantino Chiwenga, to take the floor.
Your Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies, Zimbabwe joins others to thank the Presidents of South Africa's G20 chair. Excellencies, Zimbabwe appreciates the opportunity to engage with the G20 as we collectively chart a trajectory towards inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Over the past few years, our global economies have faced multiple shocks and geopolitical tensions that have disrupted global supply chains. Our shared vision should therefore be one of building resilient and innovative economies that deliver prosperity for all. In Zimbabwe, our national strategy is firmly aligned with the 2030 Agenda and the African Union's Agenda 2063. Our focus is on one, value addition industrialization by moving up global value chain, and two, human capital development by creating decent jobs, empowering youth and women, strengthening and formalizing SMEs as essential drivers for inclusive growth. And three, structural reforms by enhancing the ease of doing business, including the use of artificial intelligence, strengthening governance and improving transparency across value chains. And four, climate resilience, accelerating investments in renewable energy, decarbonization, climate adaptation, and water security to safeguard our development trajectory from systematic shocks. Excellencies, the G20 must reinforce a fair and transparent multilateral trading system under the World Trade Organization. Equally, critical is addressing the major challenge of assessing affordable and sustainable finance. We welcome efforts to reform the international financial system and propose recapitalization of multilateral development banks to expand concessional and climate finance. Two, promotion of innovative financing through active re-promotion of mechanisms such as the green bonds, blended finance, and diaspora investments. And third, curbing illicit flows by strengthening efforts against illicit financial flows, tax evasion, and profit shifting to enhance domestic resource mobilization in developing countries. The growing debt burden continues to constrain development. Many nations are forced to choose between servicing debt and funding essential social services. We urgently need a comprehensive and equitable debt resolution approach. We encourage innovative solutions such as debt for climate, debt for development swaps. These measures are crucial to restoring debt sustainability while supporting long-term growth and resilience. Furthermore, the G20 Common Framework for Debt Treatments requires significant strengthening. In view of this, Zimbabwe seeks inclusion and active participation in an improved G20 Common Framework for the debt treatment process. We are ready to engage constructively to that end. The journey for inclusive and sustainable growth demands political will and an unwavering commitment to equitable development. Let us reaffirm our collective commitment to building a stronger, fairer, greener, and more humane global economy that truly leaves no one behind. I thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Chiwenga. I now have my last two speakers before we take a leg stretch break in order to go and take the family picture. Soon we will be able to stretch our legs. I now ask His Highness Sheikh Khaled bin Al Nahyan, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates. Please take your floor.
شكرا فخامة الرئيس. فخامة سيريل رامافوزا رئيس جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا الصديقة، أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، يسعدني في البداية أن أنقل إليكم تحيات صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، وتمنياته بالنجاح أعمال قمة مجموعة العشرين. وتقدم بخالص الشكر إلى فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا على دعوته الكريمة لدولة الإمارات للمشاركة في أعمال مجموعة العشرين لهذا العام، وأعرب كذلك عن تقديرنا للجهود التي تبذلها رئاسة جنوب أفريقيا في استضافة القمة لأول مرة في القارة الأفريقية. السيدات والسادة، يأتي اجتماعنا اليوم ليجسد روح الشراكة العالمية ويدعم ترابط الأسواق والتكامل الاقتصادي بين الدول عبر مختلف الأقاليم. وتعمل دولة الإمارات بشكل مستمر مع شركائها على تعزيز مسار التعاون الاقتصادي العالمي وترسيخ نظام تجاري دولي متوازن وشفاف، بما يتيح مشاركة شاملة وفعالة للدول النامية في صياغة مستقبل النظام التجاري العالمي، مما يعزز الوصول إلى أفضل الحلول التمويلية لتطوير المشاريع التنموية والاستثمارية في مجالات التكنولوجيا المتقدمة والطاقة والصحة والزراعة، مع تركيزنا المستمر على بناء القدرات ونقل المعرفة وتمكين المجتمعات. ويسرني اليوم أن أعلن عن إطلاق مبادرة دولة الإمارات الذكاء الاصطناعي من أجل التنمية، التي تخصص $1 مليار أمريكي لتمويل مشاريع الذكاء الاصطناعي في الدول الأفريقية بهدف دعم التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية من خلال تعزيز منظومة البنية التحتية الرقمية والارتقاء بالخدمات الحكومية لرفع الإنتاجية وتحسين جودة الحياة. الحضور الكريم، نجدد اليوم تأكيد التزام دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بالعمل مع جميع شركائها في مجموعة العشرين لترسيخ مسيرة التنمية والازدهار في العالم أجمع. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Your Highness. My last speaker in this segment, before we take a break for the family photo, whereafter we will then get international organizations to have their opportunity to speak. I now ask His Excellency Mr. Lee Kinyanjao, the Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry in the Republic of Kenya, who are also chairpersons of the East African Community. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Excellency. I talk on behalf of His Excellency Lee Kinyanjui, the Minister of Trade and Industry. I wish to take this opportunity to thank you for the invitation and the warm reception. So His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of G20, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we wish to record our profound appreciation to the South African Presidency of the G20 for its diligent stewardship and unwavering commitment to advancing a more equitable global economic order. We acknowledge the indispensable role that the G20 continues to play in addressing the deep-seated structural constraints confronting developing economies. This summit presents an excellent opportunity for us to examine the current state of play in the global economy as we devise the best trajectory towards achieving sustainable, inclusive, and transformative development. In this regard, we wish to express our support for the call to reform the international financial architecture so that it may deliver more substantial, more accessible, and more equitable development financing. As regions, we confirm our readiness to collaborate closely with all the relevant partners to ensure that the East African Community region and the common market for East and Southern Africa and the African continent as a whole are not merely beneficiaries, but full equal participants in the shaping of a more inclusive, sustainable, and representative global economy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome G20 efforts to advance global disaster risk financing, investment in early warning systems for all, and strengthen capacity building across developing regions. We further support stronger G20 leadership in delivering predictable, adequate, and accessible climate finance for both adaptation and mitigation. This includes honoring existing commitments and developing new fair financing instruments that reflect the needs of vulnerable regions. The East African Community and COMESA remain committed to transforming food systems to become more productive, climate resilient, nutrition sensitive, and inclusive, especially for smallholder farmers, women, and youth. Chair, we stand ready to work with all partners, including G20, to deepen cooperation in agricultural research, seed systems, trade facilitation, storage logistics, while advancing value addition and intra-regional trade to reduce vulnerability to external shocks. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We will now get the announcements of how the family photo will be taken in the various segments. And thereafter, we will be able to come back, and I'd like to give us 20 minutes to have the photo taken, and thereafter come back so that we can resume the whole process of getting our international organizations to take the platform. So we will get the announcements now.
Your Excellency,
Thank you. Let us proceed.
You know the
Should I be a village? Do I need a microphone? Should, Joburg is a center holder. It's such a monumental occasion. Very much so. So many international envoys. I think this is one of the biggest events in a post-apartheid South Africa. By all means. And from your side, I see so many protocol officers here. Surely we're complying with everything. You must comply. What's a shot
Beyond that, reserved. Spongile, it was where reserved is. Yeah.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, everyone. May I request that we take our seats, please? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. May I ask that we all take our seats? Hopefully you can all hear me, despite the rain that we are experiencing at the moment. Good afternoon, Excellencies, delegates, and distinguished guests. My name is Duncan Petersen. I'm the head of the National Treasury here at South Africa and the G20 Finance Deputy. And it is my honor to welcome all of you to this high-level side event on the G20 Compact with Africa for economic growth and jobs. This event is an important opportunity to highlight how the Compact with Africa can support stronger, more inclusive growth and job creation on the African continent, and to reinforce our shared commitment to scaling up investment and implementation under the Compact. It also serves as a timely opportunity to reaffirm the value of cooperation between G20 economies and our African